Oh, we got some sound effects there in the OST. Alright, let's pause that then. That's a weird place to stop. Hey everybody! Hey everyone! Welcome back to the stream. Happy Saturday. Hope y'all are doing well. We're starting a new case. I don't know what the case is. We're gonna find out. I didn't know what to put in the title because I was like, I don't know what we're doing yet, but we'll see. Anyway, hope everyone's doing well. Hope y'all had a great week. It's the weekend, and I'm gonna be honest, I definitely have the world race for FF14 Ultimate Prog on in the background still, so I might look over at that occasionally. But, yeah, anyway. I'm looking forward to starting this next case, which I'm not sure if it feels like it's gonna be the last case of the game, because things got a little crazy in the last case, so maybe this will be it. I don't know. We're gonna see. Let's just get into it. Let's continue. The sooner we start, the farther we'll get. That's how I feel. Alright, let's do it. Let's do it! Turnabout Succession. Yeah, okay, I guess that's what we're doing. Wait a minute. Wasn't he our attorney friend mentor who turned out to be a crook? Gavin's brother, the other Gavin? Oh, this should be fun. Alright, let's see. What's going on? Episode 4, Turnabout Succession. You know, they brought out the baddie from the first episode. That definitely means something. And that was something, the whole case, I don't know, Mason system. Fuck, I missed it. It's fine. Sure wasn't that important. Alright, we got a heart monitor. Someone's in the hospital, clearly. Oh! Somebody's dead, and probably got shot. In a hospital, that's awkward. Okay. In order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of these last 7 long years. Poker! That's yep, that was our first case. Nothing happens by chance. All is connected. Bang, bang. What? Whoa! Those are magicians and a dead magician. And now you stand ready to begin the final chapter of the story. Yep, this will be the last trial. That's perfect. What's going on? Is that a dead mime? Oh, she's cute though. Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? The decision is yours. Oh, Lord. What do you want from me? Didn't you go to prison? October 7th? Did we skip a few months? I feel like we did. October 7th, 10:37 a.m. Write Anything Agency. Hey, Apollo, look! On TV, look! Yeah, I'm kinda busy. Oh, look at that! He's the last Grammary, alright? Amazing! Apollo, you should be watching this! Ow, 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 ow! What? What? I was writing about our last case in my journal. Lawyers are supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. And why now? That case was 3 months ago. Okay, so it has been 3 months. I'm like, wasn't it just like July or something? Yeah. Hey, it's a long story. I did a lot, you know. I want to vacuum pack the feel of the moment for later. Right now, I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how La Miroir disappeared. That's right, Uncle Valen did that illusion too. But you're missing him on TV right now. It's just getting to the good part. I suppose I should watch a little TV with her. After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while he's away. What you're now seeing is a rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth. Happening right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum. Sunshine Coliseum? Hey, that's where the Gaviners concert was. Only 3 more days until miracles happen right here, right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary troupe Grammary is performing for the first time in 7 years. That's Uncle Valent, right? And that's her dad? Is this her mom?
That's gonna be great, I'm so there. You and Daddy are coming too.
The legendary Grammaries. If Trucy's real father were still alive, he'd be on that stage performing miracles.
I've got the tickets and everything. Here's yours, Apollo.
Are you charging me for it? Because that tends to be how this goes. $70! Look at that. Doors open at 10. Sunshine Coliseum. Magic show. And Valent Grammary. Magic show ticket received from Trucy. That wasn't a squeak, that was a slam! I don't believe you. Ah, you're here. Working hard or hardly working? Hey, Hobo Wino Phoenix, welcome back. Hey, how you been?
Hi there, stranger.
Not exactly the kind of greeting I'd want to hear from my own kid. Though, he has been gone a long time. How goes it, Trucy? Here, I got a present for you.
Yay, pudding! I love pudding! Oh, it's farm fresh! And not just one pudding, but 3 whole cups! I'll have to pace myself.
Are you sure those aren't meant to share? Oh, I'm beat.
That's right, Daddy. You're on a top secret mission. You've got to take it easy with the secrets, you know.
How right you are. So, you still can't tell us what your mission is? Maybe it is time. It has something to do with you anyway. Huh? With me?
Oh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission too. Maybe you can be one of those guys. A spy.
Can't I just be a defense attorney? Isn't that what we signed up for? Isn't that why we're all here? To be a defense attorney? To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. What? Tell me. You've heard of the Juris system, yes?
The Juris system?
That's right. The new legal system everyone's talking about.
Have you heard of it, Apollo?
Is this the one where it's a trial by your peers? Who determine if you're guilty or not and not just, you know... like what we have? Huh? Maybe. Maybe not as many people are talking about it as I thought. The Juris system, huh? Is there anything new to look at? I mean, I don't think... let's look at Charlie. The plan. It intrigues you, doesn't it? Not really. It's just the only thing in here that doesn't have some secret function. No, no secrets, but lots of memories. And a name, too. Want to hear it? Not really. His name is Charlie, if you're curious. Really, I wasn't. Do I get to be an attorney? Ah, presenting, are we? I did my fair share of that back in the day. Showed my attorney's badge a lot, too. We were there for that.
He may look cool and calm now, but you should have seen him before.
You know me too well, Trucy. I'm glad I provided this opportunity for a little family bonding. For a premiere showing of a grand illusion to be performed by the magician Valent Grammary. Valent Grammary on stage.
Are you ready, Apollo?
Ready? For what?
For what? For the Troupe Grammary Grand Magic Show!
It's not like I'm getting up on stage or anything.
What are you talking about, Apollo? You can't enjoy magic if you're not a part of what's going on up on stage. I'll lend you my spare costume if you need one.
You mean I can't go in this?
No.
Doesn't get more straightforward than that. What did you get yourself into, Apollo? The one person, one child is effective. No, one person, one. I don't know. I can't read that. Whatever. I don't care. Alright, alright. Hello? There we go. Let's talk to Feeny. I'm like definitely not checking on the world prog. Juris system. Tell me more.
So, Daddy, what's this juris system thing?
Well, Trucy, do you know what a jury is?
I've heard of it. Isn't that those people who sit in court in those old courtroom dramas? The ones who get to decide if a guy's innocent or guilty? Do you know, Apollo?
Only from TV. Damn, are we living in the future? It's 12 people chosen from the community, right? Well, they're thinking about reviving that system. They're calling the new system the Juris system.
No more doing whatever you like, Your Honor.
Not quite that harsh. The jurists cooperate with the judge. They help analyze the case from different angles. And there will be only 6 of them under the current proposal, right?
Wow, you know your stuff, Apollo.
Their findings directly affect the verdict. Hopefully people will start taking the courts a little more seriously now.
I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show. Starring Dr. Wright.
Dr. Wright, his assistant Trucy, and Mascot Apollo, the perfect team. Mascot? Hey! So, what is this secret mission? The Juris system is my mission, more or less. Anyway, keep in mind that the new ideas like this system are always risky, Apollo.
Too true. Everyone's got an opinion, and they just talk and talk, and nothing gets decided. Kind of like you, Apollo. What?
I'm not that bad, am I? In any case, I'm gonna give it a shot. A test, if you will.
I don't like tests.
We'll take a case as a sample and choose 6 jurors. I'll be the one helping with that process, incidentally. Helping how? Well, for one, I'll be the chair of the Juris System Simulated Court Committee. The chair constructs this ideal situation, choosing the case, the jurist candidates, even the judge in the courtroom.
Wow, it's like you have a real job.
I was never that good at the piano, to be honest. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess. The trial's tomorrow, by the way. Don't miss it. The trial simulation, that is.
A simulation, huh? Sounds interesting.
So, what kind of case is the trial simulation about? Well, since it is the first run-through of a new system, I wanted something simple.
Good thinking. No sense wearing yourself out on something too serious.
True. The case is a murder.
That's not simple at all! By simple, did you mean that the defendant is...
guilty? Yes, most likely. So, good luck, Apollo. Wait, what? With what? With the trial tomorrow. You're defending, of course. Recall that I said it had something to do with you?
Go for it, Apollo. It's just a test case anyway, no sweat.
Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided. And a potentially serious sentence. The most serious, in a worst-case scenario. You mean the verdict's for real? That's not a test trial, that's a real trial! All the forms have been filed, there's no turning back now. The trial begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hope you can make room in your schedule. Why am I only hearing about this now? Ah, yes, there was a change this morning. I picked a new case. Huh? Something that happened last night. What the fuck? A fresh murder? You're giving me a fresh murder and being like, hey, you're gonna do this in your new thing. Well, okay. Alright, let's talk about Valent.
Hey Apollo, I know you're all excited about that secret mission, but what about this? The Troop Grammary Grand Magic Show.
Huh? Oh, right. The card tricks.
They're not card tricks. They're grand illusions, miracles,
So what? That's 3 whole days from now.
It's at Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go. Let's go today. We can say hi to Uncle Valent.
Have fun.
What? I can't go by myself. You know I'm not very outgoing.
Right. Why not go with her? But what about the secret mission? Oh, don't worry about that. You'll hear all about it tomorrow, regardless. I don't trust that smile. He knows something that he's not telling me.
Yippee! Now you can take me to the Coliseum.
Suppose it wouldn't kill me to pop over there? Ah, Grammary. That reminds me.
What's this, Daddy? Isn't that silk hat the Grammary seal?
Consider it a birthday gift, Trucy.
Thanks, it's great. Huh? Today isn't my birthday.
Good point. What day is it today, Apollo? Huh? Today? I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day. Then it's a Recycle Your Plastics present.
Yippee! So it's plastic.
I've given up trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. So, what is... Okay, hold on. Let me move my camera. I can see that it is blocking the text sometimes. Where is... How about I just do that? No? You want to stay, camera? Please, work with me. Alright, better. Better! Alright. So what is it?
Can I open it, Daddy?
No.
Huh?
You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then.
Well, why didn't you just hold on to it until then?
Because that would be the logical thing to do. Grammary envelope obtained. An envelope about the Grammaries, huh? Okay. Hold on. I will be right back. I need to get something for my nose because it keeps getting stuffy. And I don't want to sniffle during this. Alright, be right back. Alright, here we go. Hey, Chirico. There's a cat here. Let's put him on. Oh, this is definitely way too... Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. The camera got moved. Okay. Move the cat. Point the camera a little bit better. Hey, Chirico. Hello. Hello. Sit down. Have a seat. Cute baby. You're a cute boy. Good job, cat. You like you're paying attention to me. Pet me. Hey, 21 Snakes. What's up? Welcome back. Hope you're having a great week. That's my water bottle. Child. You don't need it. No, don't rub on that. You're gonna knock it over. You should just sit down and then we can go back to playing the video game. What's happened so far? Nothing. We're in the beginning. All that's happened is Phoenix showed up and was like, hey, We're doing a test trial on a new juris system, and congratulations, I volunteered you to be the defense attorney. And I'm like, great, thanks. I know nothing about this case. Thank you. Thanks for that. Oh, and Trusty gave us a ticket to Valiant Gramarie's magic show in 3 days, so that's it. That's all that's happened. What are you doing? And then this cat happened. And now there's a cat. Alright. Let me move this. Put that there. Alright, the trial simulation. Alright, so what case are you going to use? You really want to know, don't you? Of course I do! I mean, I'm going to be defending, aren't I? If all goes well, then yes. Of course, this is just a test. We wanted everyone to start without preconceptions. A blank slate, as it were. There's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was that anyway? Well, mine. Committee chair, remember? Oh. Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose. I could give you permission to examine the scene of the crime. Good! That's better! But you can't talk to anyone involved with the case. What? How am I supposed to defend? You let me worry about the details there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial. All of it. You don't want it to backfire, do you? Apollo. If I'm in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility, for good or for bad. Just do what you can. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Alright, okay. I'd recommend going down to the detention center. Your client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. So I get to talk to the client at least? Okay, that's something. Can't talk to anyone else, but I'll take it. You just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved. Oh. You can talk to your client. If you can get her to talk.
Well, time's a-wasting.
Is this the dead mime that we saw in the opening? No, she fell over. We don't know if she's dead. What is this? Gramarye envelope. Receipt from Phoenix. Envelope from Mr. Wright. Do not open until the time is right. The hell does that mean? What do you mean, don't open it? Ah, looky here. Handwritten signature. It says... No, I can't read it.
That seems odd to me. I mean, isn't a signature intended to show ownership? What's the use if no one can read it?
Isn't it enough if you can read your own?
Oh, I never thought of it that way.
I heard recently that they stopped teaching kids cursive, so I don't know what digital signatures are gonna look like in the future. Are they gonna be able to read, like, the handwriting ones? Are they just gonna all be in print? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, let's go to the detention center. Or we can take Truce to the Coliseum, but let's not. Let's not do that yet. October 7th, detention center. Visitors room. That's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes!
Maybe I should complain. I'm sure that guard has better things to do than stand there pretending he doesn't see us.
You know, the minute we get angry, the client will show. It always works that way.
Like shouting, "A waiter!" and then they're standing right behind you? Oh, guard! Is our client going to be much longer?
What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet?
Huh?
Ow! Eek! Where'd you come from? Well, anyway, please have a seat. Hello?
I'm nervous, Apollo.
Aw, Aw, that's the Point Crow Peak. I was watching him during his subathon for a little bit when he was playing against Grand Pooh Bear. It's the silence. It builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you?
That's right. Okay.
I want to say that's an odd choice, but given who we're talking to, not an odd choice. You hung out there for an hour and got gifted a sub? Nice. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat! No reaction, really?
Eek! She passed out!
You okay? Miss Magic Underwear might have been a better bet.
That's magic panties, Apollo.
Trucy, you killed her. Same old security guard is glaring at us. He winked. Maybe he's not such a bad guy after all. The security camera stares down from the ceiling, all-seeing and blinking. Not that I'm nervous or anything. Introductions. Hello? Hi? Well, I'm your defense. I really think it has to be fate, you know? And by fate, I mean destiny. Did you know I'm good with astrology? Tell me, what's your sign?
I can tell you mine if you'd like, Apollo.
No, never mind. I just got carried away there. I seem destined to get difficult clients, it seems. Your name? So, what's your name? Oh, right, I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I'm Apollo! Apollo Justice!
And I'm Trucy Wright.
I know. This is getting nowhere fast. Case? Hey, I know, maybe you can tell us what happened? I'm your defense attorney, after all. Anything out of the ordinary happened lately?
Well, the other day this tourist from out of town stopped asking me directions.
Later, Trucy. He has yet to have a simple client, huh? Yep. Not even Phoenix. I feel like I need to ask directions myself here. Well, that was fruitless. Though I think I understand despair a little better now. Ooh.
You did good, Apollo.
Thanks. Huh? A crystal hand?
Look, she's doing her nails.
What? Are nails more important than defense? Is that it? Is that nail polish? Let's go, Trucy.
Excuse me. Could you read this?
Vera Mission? Drew Studio? Sure. I feel like a teenager on a first date. Oh my god, Apollo, please. And this is the love letter we passed from desk to desk at school.
Stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo!
It's a business card with a name and an address. The name is Vera Mission? The address is for Drew's Studio. Vera's card added to the court record, okay. And you're giving me this card because... I'm assuming that's the scene of the crime. Apollo, get your gay fantasies out of your head and focus. Yep. Well, looks like we're finished here.
I wonder if Drew's Studio's the scene of the crime?
Let's go find out. Oh, she's gone. Alright, well. Time to go check it out. October 7th, Drew's Studio. Ooh, these are some nice pieces here. And that is definitely the outline of a dead body. Great. Wow, this looks like... It looks like a studio.
It's like life imitating art, or maybe it's the other way around? But the tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring.
Yeah, looks like we found our crime scene.
Paolo, look at all those paintings.
Hey, don't touch those.
It's okay, I'm just looking.
Love the music here? It is pretty nice. Blowfish. Oh, Momotaro!
Huh? Paolo, look at this one.
Looks half finished. You can still see the rough sketch underneath. Oh, okay.
That's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all.
Interesting. Yeah, good point. That is odd. Drew Misham's paintings added to the court record.
All the paintings have a really different style, too.
Ah, I thought I might find you two here. Who is this? Oh, it's Emma! Hey!
Emma, long time no see. Oh? Seems like I run into you far too often. I'll bet I know why you're here, too.
You know about the trial simulation tomorrow?
I've heard about it, sure. So Mr. Wright chose you, huh?
We don't even know what the case is about.
Well, he was killed. The artist who owns the studio, that is. Mr. Drew Misham.
He's got paint on him in his... Okay.
Misham? And his daughter was put under arrest. Oh.
Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center. Not awkward.
It was funny, though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who could commit murder.
You don't say. Not even by poisoning? That's how it was done, you know. Ooh. Poisoning's a common way to get the job done when the murderer is a woman.
Poisoning?
Anyway, Mr. Wright told me you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll just be over here with my snackoos. We can't talk to anyone related to this case this time around. Which means we'd better find out as much as we can here at the scene. Or else. Well, let's look around while she's snacking on Carinto.
Apollo! That's where the body was!
That's the spot where Mr. Drew Misham passed away. He put the coffee mug to his lips, and the next moment... That's quite a bit of paint on the ground.
See that half-painted picture there?
He must have been working on that right up to the moment he died.
Wow, a true artist to the end.
Or maybe he started a year ago and was procrastinating. I mean, you could tell by how fresh the paint is, right? Maybe.
I wouldn't mind taking a closer look at those paintings. I just love oils. You know how they're so thick? Is that the word?
These paintings are all dry. I'm just surprised at how different these all are.
Yeah, and what's going on with this half-finished one?
Must have been a work in progress. You can still see the... Oh, yeah. That's so weird. The sketch doesn't really look like the finished parts. Yep, I noticed. That is weird. Yep, that's pretty weird.
That letterbox looks funny sitting inside a room like this.
Why? Wouldn't the letterbox usually go in the... Oh, maybe it's like a two-sided one. Two-way one? No, but then it's weird for the slit to be on this side, unless it's also for outgoing? I don't know. Interesting. Let's take a look. Empty. Okay, yeah. The other half of that letterbox is actually connected to the outside of the studio. Mr. Misham would put his letters in there, and the postman took them away. That's convenient.
Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age. Or wrote, rather.
True.
Ah, that's the victim's coffee mug. Aha, so the poison wasn't here. This is my first time seeing a real poisoned mug of coffee.
I would hope so. I would hope that you haven't seen more of these before, Trucy.
Poisoned coffee? Not exactly, actually. What do you mean? No traces of poison were found in the coffee. What? You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side, after all.
Huh. Coffee mug out of the court record. Why is there one back here?
Hey! There's a painting hidden back here.
Hey, you're right.
What if it's embarrassing somehow and he didn't want anyone to see it?
Then let's look at it. Certainly seem pleased by the possibility. Oh! What?
Huh, it's so normal.
That's hardly something to get mad about. This is the same as the unfinished one. That's weird.
Huh? What is it, Apollo?
Well, doesn't this painting look like... Never mind. I'd better get a professional opinion on this. Hidden painting, okay.
I imagine this coffee cup was for guests to use. Guess?
Did the police already analyze this cup too? Adding to the coffee counter. Fair.
Not a trace of poison was found on that cup.
So the killer was after Drew Measham alone. Oh yeah, that's where the body was. Okay. So he was drinking coffee and then he died. Okay. Oops. I didn't want to do that. Oh! Nope. There we go.
Damn it.
There we go. I was trying to look up there. Okay. Cannot look up there. I guess we'll talk to you now, Emma. Tell me more about the victim.
So this, Drew Measham was some kind of artist?
Apparently.
Did a lot of illustrations for books, I hear. Had a lot of female fans, too, for what it's worth. Oh? Well, I guess his stuff is kind of pretty.
I can slide the screen? Oh, okay. Good to know.
Like that oil painting over there, for instance. Yeah. That wasn't one of his illustrations, actually.
Huh? So it was a standalone painting or something? Is that what she means?
He was an odd bird, Measham. Hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end. What do you mean, to anyone? He was always locked up here in the studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through letters he'd put in that letterbox over there.
How does this man eat? Letters? Do people still write letters?
What do you mean, Apollo?
I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Don't most people use email and stuff these days?
Not Mr. Measham. Couldn't stand technology, it seems. He did everything by mail. Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know?
Fair. Alright, now we added the letterbox.
In any case, the only person besides him allowed in here was his daughter, Vera. Oh, you mean the killer?
The suspect, please. What's an email?
We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room were Mr. Measham's and Vera's, basically. Basically? Actually, last night, Mr. Measham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during the interview, apparently. His first interview ever?
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? Oh, we can move over. Whee! Whoa! What the hell?
Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of red. We could repaint your suit, Apollo. How about this shade of green?
That'll be enough of that. Thanks.
What is all this equipment here for?
Yeah, that's kind of weird to see in an art studio. This looks like engineering and science stuff.
Doesn't look very artistic, really. He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood, too. Though his equipment's a bit old, to tell the truth.
Why would a painter need all this? And the dust, I'd say he hasn't used his stuff for years. This corner doesn't fit with the rest of the studio.
Ooh, oh, do you think I could borrow this? I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin.
This is a crime scene, Trucy!
But these cost like $50 at the magic shop.
I don't know what to say. What is all this? Okay. Same conversation. How about these? Something different?
Is this desk for painting, Apollo?
That would be a drafting table.
Drafting?
Basically, it's a tool for making precision diagrams.
Wow, painting is harder than I thought.
No, that's not normal. Trucy. Why would a painter need a drafting table? Was he an architect too? What's up with the microscope? Nope, same convo, okay. What about this? Let's take a closer look at this desk here.
Hey, Apollo, what's this feather thingy?
Isn't that a pen? Like an old-fashioned quill pen?
But it doesn't have a pointy end.
Oh. That was most likely for sweeping detritus off the desk.
Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma. Bold and scientific, that's my motto.
Exactly what about that was bold or scientific? Something about the way that figure is posed.
I've seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo, so you're making one of your flamboyant gestures.
No, that's all lawyers and prosecutors when we're going, objection! Please, I am a professional! I wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence? So this is Drew Measham?
And this little girl must be Vera.
Yes, they took that some years ago. They get close. Happy little family. Until you arrested his daughter. Look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Right. Is this a journal?
Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read it. What is it, Apollo?
He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? Oh, wait, sorry.
He didn't write the name of the killer, did he?
No. It's new. He didn't write a single line.
You had me going there for a while.
What is this tiny little one?
Ooh, cute. Look at the tiny frame, Apollo.
Tiny is right. That thing's barely 2 inches high. What picture would fit in that?
None, apparently. It's empty.
That's weird. There's no glass in it either. What's he doing sitting on the desk?
This is a lesson for us all. Be sure to check the size when you buy frames.
But why would you make something like that? This envelope has been opened and resealed.
Ooh, I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam. The glue melts and it opens. Cool, huh?
Whoever did this wasn't so delicate.
You're right. Looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Huh? The postmark on this letter is from 7 years ago.
Why would someone open a letter then seal it again? I'd better hang on to this. Brought envelope out of the court record. We just took shit? Okay. Normally Maya's the one who's here to take shit for us. Found in the victim's desk drawer, appears to have been opened and resealed. Yep. That was definitely open.
Oh, look, it's been opened once here.
You're right. I wonder if there's some way we can see what's inside.
Should I try to get it open, then stick it back shut?
Let's not tamper with the evidence, shall we? I've got a better idea.
Emma, let's ask her.
Okay.
Apollo, this painting, I know it.
Huh? Really?
It's that story where the old woman is doing the wash in the river, and this giant peach comes floating on down.
That might possibly be the strangest thing I've ever heard. No, it's a Japanese folktale, Momotaro. Nothing strange on the back. Coffee mug. Huh.
Hey, look there! That stain doesn't look so healthy, Apollo.
Why is it blue?
That must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about.
Something tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, this stain is probably... better ask Emma. Checking the landscape.
Apollo, look at this painting. You can see the rough sketch.
Oh, looks like it was only half completed.
Huh? That's funny. Do the rough sketch and the finished painting look totally different to you, too?
They do, actually. What's that all about? Why are there two Momotaro paintings? Fish. Is that a pufferfish?
Apollo, that's clearly a porcupine fish.
How do you tell the difference? They're not the same thing?
You know what gets me? They've got all these needles, right? But what's protecting that soft spot on the lower belly there? Nothing.
Must remember to keep Trucy away from small round fish. Wait, hold on. We didn't turn the other one over. Yeah, nothing going on here. Okay. Portrait. Why? Well, what do we have here? It looks like a person thinking about something?
Maybe they're worried. Like, what should I have for
supper? A hot dog or a hamburger?
You know, I've always wondered about that. Why is there supper and dinner? Are they different meals or the same thing?
Depends on where you're from. Maybe that's what this person's thinking about.
A pretty business card. Looks like a postcard almost.
And on the back, just her name.
That seems odd to me.
Huh? What does?
Why write your name on the front and the back of the card? Why not use the space on the back for a self-portrait or a caricature? Then people would remember what you look like, too.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
Here, give me one of your cards, Apollo.
She's drawing something. Hey! Yours not that spiky! Alright, well, that was the thing. Okay, let's finish talking to Emma. Hey, girl. Tell me about the defendant. So, this woman, Vera, she's Mr. Meesham's daughter, right?
Yep, real sickly girl ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. She did give off a withdrawn sort of aura. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. That does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm?
Apparently she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. Why can't I ever get a normal client?
But why would a shut-in daughter kill her own dad?
Don't look at me. So, about the poison, it was found to be in his coffee, right?
No, not precisely. Not precisely? What does that mean?
It means see for yourself, I think. That suspicious blue spot on the mug?
Like I said,
last night was the first time someone from the outside came into the studio. I guess mysterious painters who never go outside make for good articles. And it just so happened that he died the night of his first interview. Why did we not arrest the reporter?
At around 9 o'clock p.m. every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. Last night, he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill. And died? She poisoned him on the night of his interview? Wouldn't the reporter see? He wasn't near Mr. Measham when she brought her father his coffee. He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was the reporter who called the police, in fact. Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone is suspicious, it's the reporter. Yet the reporter never got near Mr. Measham's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. Ooh. Well, that's interesting. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. What if it's a lot of heart? Alright, forensic science. I bet Emma could help us out here. Don't forget, flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo.
Huh? What are you two whispering about? Well, I was thinking... I mean, what is it we always do when we run into you at a crime scene?
What is it we always do?
What is it we always do scientifically?
Ah, you know me too well.
Okay. Okay, meaning we can get, scientific now?
Oh, I suppose. Just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious and we'll check it out.
Nice. Alright, let's start with this weird painting. Emma, about this painting.
Oh, that? Quite good, isn't it?
That's not what I wanted to ask you about.
You want to examine it, is that it? I'd be happy to let you if you had a good reason. But without that, sorry.
I guess she wants us to do a little footwork on our own first. Charity's badge. Emma, I was wondering if you could take a look at this.
Look, I'm a detective. A detective! You can't just ask me any old thing and expect an answer, okay?
I think you need to be a little more focused in your inquiries.
Scientific, even.
Somehow I knew she'd get around to science. Emma acts like she won't help you, but the moment Apollo says science, she's completely on board. Yeah, we're playing her like a fiddle.
I know, Kat. I know, you're so cute. Sit down.
What are you doing? Did you just lick the arm? He yawned and I stuck my finger in his mouth and he's like, why would you do that? Alright. Suspicious coffee mug. Emma, about this mug. There's a pale blue, residue on the rim.
Eh? That! Yes, well, it's just a rumor. But I've heard that there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain.
I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma.
Ah, right. Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science! I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby. So what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? This spray, that's what. It turns blue when it touches poison.
Well, that's interesting. So the poison that killed the victim was on this mug?
That's right. See, it wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Wow, science is amazing.
It certainly is helpful. Maybe Emma'd be willing to help us out a bit more?
You should try buttering her up, Apollo. They say flattery will get you everywhere.
It's certainly worth talking to her a bit more. About that poison analysis?
I was afraid you were going to ask about that. See, this solution is used to test for atropine. Huh? Atropine.
I don't know if... Hold on, let's see if we're saying that right. Atropine. Pronunciation.
Atroquinine.
Atroquinine. Alright, there we go.
Atroquinine, the deadly poison found in the autopsy.
Oh, I know that spark in her eyes. She's getting excited. Best tread lightly.
It's one of the most virulent poisons, but it's absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown...
That's fine! Really. We don't need all the gory details.
I think I get it. You just spray the stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can find even the slightest trace of poison with this. I want to try too, Emma. Pretty please? You don't have to ask twice. I already used it on everything suspicious, of course. Yay, let's give it a whirl, Apollo.
What are you doing?
I was just seeing if I got a reaction off of you.
How's this for a reaction? Never do that again! I'm not poisonous!
Tell that to the hapless witnesses on the stand.
Let's just get down to checking for real poisons, shall we? Oops, shit! Too bad, no reaction there. I'm sure Emma checked out all the likely spots. Wait a second.
What is it, Apollo?
I want to go there. I didn't mean to hit break. Did you spray that desk over there?
I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know?
Let's check it out, just to be sure. Whoa! What?
Eek! A reaction, Apollo.
Why is the poison in that little frame?
Where? The inside of that cute little frame, look.
Why does he have a frame of poison?
Oh, would you look at that? Nice going, Trucy. I'm known to work magic.
Never mind that I was the one who found it. Tiny frame added to the court record, okay. Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? Looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned in any case. Well, that's interesting. Alright, what else can we show you? Hidden painting? Oh, Emma, I was wondering about this painting here.
That one? What about it?
What about it?
Yeah, what about it, Apollo?
Take a closer look at it, both of you. Now look at this one. This is the third painting he was working on.
Hey, they're the same.
I was hoping you wouldn't find that. I have eyes.
You're right, though.
Drew Misham was copying this painting.
Wow, it's pretty good.
Copying a painting? What for? Does he make forgeries? Is that why he's all reclusive? Because he makes forged paintings? She's not gonna tell us anything about that. Okay. What about this? Emma, about this.
Oh, that.
Yes, why, that's a bright red envelope. She sure is jumpy. She's the one who opened it, isn't she? She totally did it. Cat, what are you doing? Boop.
Someone opened this, didn't they?
My lips are sealed. It was you. Your lips are sealed? That's a first. You mean you know what's inside the envelope?
Sure, I read it after all.
You opened it.
Ah, you mean you were the one who ripped this open? Ha! Please, I would have steamed it open.
Oh. But she did sneak a peek at it, apparently.
Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon?
Oh, bye, cat. See you later.
Yes, the use of tools. Highly specialized tools for information gathering.
Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on.
You should try flattering her, Apollo. They say a little praise can open big doors.
Never heard that one, but it's good advice. Let's try talking to her some more. About that envelope we found. I was wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentioning. You want to know about my tool, do you? It's called an X-ray analyzer. X-ray? Like the X-rays you get at the dentist? That's right, at least that's what I call it. Huh? It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization. Something. How am I supposed to remember all that? Aren't you the one who's like all big about science and you can't remember the scientific name for something?
So basically, it lets you see inside things, like envelopes?
That's right, you're sharp, Juicy. But it's a bit more complicated than that, in practice, of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not sure how it works scientifically.
Can I try it out, Emma? Please?
You like science name every compound?
Oh, I suppose.
Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself.
Alright, let's give it a spin, Apollo.
Yuck, what are you doing?
Oh, just seeing if I could see through your hair.
But it's like lead. Why do you keep trying out everything on me? Poor Apollo. Point that thing at me anymore and it might all fall out.
Then I wouldn't need an X-ray machine to see through it.
Let's just get down to business, shall we?
Right, let's test it on a sample first.
Just so happens that I have a lottery ticket here.
You set the sample on the device like so.
I don't see anything.
Patience, there's no need to get all antsy.
Look at the right side of the screen. That's the layer view of the envelope.
Layer view?
You gotta set it to display the outside of the envelope, now see? Actually, it's quicker to just have you give it a try. Turn that dial there for me, would you? That's right, that's how you choose what depth you want to scan.
Hey, I got something!
See, that's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside.
Cool, huh?
Except I can't read them. Just turn the dial a little more. What you have to understand is that a sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you can see that a paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys.
Wow, really?
This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.05 microns. What? It breaks cards down into thin layers, so it can only show what's written on that layer. I'm not entirely following you, but what good is it if you can't read anything?
That's why we go on to step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit, if you would. The image? You mean rub the screen?
Okay. Man, that fixes the image on the screen. How?
Now turn the dial again, just a little.
Good, now you can rub this image to fix it too.
Hey, I get it. We just keep doing this until we've got the whole thing.
Ah, okay.
Exactly, not bad. Neat, let's do some more.
It's like we're building the layers up. Big winner! Number 7 lottery. Oh, there we go.
Okay, let's print this one out.
Lottery number 007, big winner! That's cool. That was actually really fun. I enjoyed that.
Woohoo, I'm a big winner!
See, this is the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh?
Now let's try it out on the real thing, shall we?
Hold up. Little by little. Okay. For Mr. Drew Measham, I assume? I've deposited the $100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. Oh, what are you up to, buddy?
Okay, let's print this one out.
Mr. Drew Measham, I've deposited... Yep, well, exactly what I read.
Someone deposited $100,000 into Mr. Measham's account? His paintings must be really valuable.
He's totally making forgeries.
There's another page in there.
Care to take a look? Yes.
You bet I do. If you're gonna read someone's mail, you might as well read it all.
Here goes with the second page, then. Scree! I see you lurking, Neoneko. Sign the paper in something. Sign the papers and send in... Okay, let's print this one out. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one.
So it was a letter about payment for one of his paintings.
Why all the secrecy, though? Are we back? Seems to be back. I think the internet had a hiccup for some reason. Hey, awesome. Okay, cool. Yep, that was weird. Not much was missed, really. I asked her a question, she can't tell us.
I'm afraid I can't tell you because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear.
Oh yeah, we asked her about the reporter. We were like, so I'm about that reporter, and she was like, I can't tell you shit.
I thought so.
I'll never forget that face. But what was his name? Okay, so it's not Lotta Hart.
Oh, right.
Brushel. Spark Brushel. That seems sus. What a weird name.
Brushel.
Paintbrush. He's after a scoop to sell to the papers. So, a reporter comes here for an interview with the painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to you?
Really strange.
It does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Well, I hear he's on the beat today, too. He said something about covering a magician. Ooh, hey Trucy, we're gonna go say hi to your uncle after all. Magician? Well, if it's not Trucy, that leaves only one other person.
It wasn't Valid Grammary by any chance, was it?
Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear. So he's out interviewing Valent Grammary. Looks like I'll be heading out to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. Thank you. Brushel's card out of the court record. Perfect. Freelance journalist.
I guess you gotta have a good business card if you work freelance.
Really? What's this? A camera lens finder? Do reporters take photos too? I guess if he's freelance, he'd have to.
Maybe you should try being a prosecutor and a defense attorney. You'd always win.
Why don't I become a rock star too while I'm at it? Oh my god. He has the caricature. He looks very sinister here. Top dollar for information. Are we sure he's not a tabloid dude? Why is this frame so small? Looks like you have to take this back part off first to put a photo inside. Yeah, that's how a lot of picture frames work.
It'd have to be a really small photo to fit in there.
True, and that pale bluish stain. Why would there be poison in a place like this?
Well, there's only one obvious reason. Whoever put poison in the coffee rubbed a bit on here, too.
That's not very obvious, Trucy. Or that's where the poison came from. But then why would they have- that's so weird. Let's talk about this. Emma's, why don't you take a look at this? Nope, okay. Well then. Alright, I think we're going to the Coliseum then. Thanks, Emma. That was informative. To the Coliseum! October 7th, Sunshine Coliseum.
Woohoo! This is it, Apollo! The place where magic and dreams converge.
Just a while ago, it was the place where murder and nightmares converged.
Let's go say hi to Uncle Valiant.
What about the case?
Only performer laughs like that.
The young Miss Trucy. How often I had hoped we'd meet again, only to tell myself it was an impossible dream.
Uncle Valiant, how's it going? I'm glad to see you too.
Of course you are. Humility is definitely not one of his stronger traits. Well, Miss Trucy, how does the day find you? If you've come to give me flowers, do it after the show, I beg you.
Actually, we came to wish you good luck. And congratulations on your big magic show.
Oh, but it is I who wish to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky as to witness miracles such as I shall perform. Yeah, you're amazing. We got the picture. The world will watch in wonderment as Magnifi's illusions are reborn! Here on stage by my hand. You have an interesting logo.
Look, Apollo, balloon, a hot air balloon.
With a Grammary seal on it, no less. Well, this is a long-awaited revival, after all, and it's been 7 years, you know. I've spent plenty of time and a pretty penny on promotion.
I hope it's a huge success, Uncle Valiant.
Oh, I intend for it to be nothing less, I assure you. They both sure seem excited about it. I guess it's a big deal for magicians. Would have been really funny if something was left over from the Gaviner's concert. Blue Badger. Hey, that creature's there. He was handing out balloons during our last case, too.
He's not a creature, Apollo. Poor guy.
Oh, sorry. Was I mean somehow?
You know how hot it is inside one of those suits?
It's very hot.
He's stuck in there with only the smell of his own sweat to keep him company.
It sucks.
On the verge of passing out, he hands out each balloon as though it were his last.
Kinda takes out the fun of seeing the Blue Badger. You know, I thought this at the time of the Gaviner's concert too, but this Coliseum is just way too big. It's huge!
It's got a big sounding name too. Sunshine Coliseum, was it?
Would you like to hear what the grand finale of the show in 3 days will be?
What, really? Yeah.
The grand finale will be nothing other than... Don't tell me you're gonna make the Colosseum disappear, right? Ah! Oh, oops, looks like I was right.
Apollo, I can't believe you'd use your power of perception on something like this.
It was just a wild guess, really! Apollo, you ruined their fun. They've changed the sign since our last case.
It was all governors back then, wasn't it?
Hope nothing bizarre and mysterious happens this time. But it shall! Why, the show itself will be bizarre and mysterious, I assure you. I don't have a problem with mystery as long as it's legal.
I don't think lawyers and magicians were really meant to have conversations like this.
You know what? That's fair. I don't think so either. Anyway, what's up? Big magic show?
Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that the Grammary Miracle is back after a 7-year absence?
Miss Trucy, I must apologize. This show and this honor should have been his.
Daddy.
My co-magician in training, Zach Grammary. If that terrible thing hadn't...
It's okay.
Your father was a great magician, Trucy. If he were alive, then I, Valiant Grammary, would have been proud to stand upon the stage as his assistant.
Thanks, Uncle Valiant. You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. I think we get to see the great Magnify's illusions again.
She really is looking forward to this, isn't she? Magnify Grammary. My mentor, the magnificent Magnify Grammary, was a true deity among magicians. A creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defied our very imaginations.
I was so little when I last saw him, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience. How?
Just how? How?
And then sped off to outer space faster than the speed of sound.
Again, how? I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished. For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. As heir to the Grammary Troop's secrets, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny. Yes, you, nameless face who speaks for the nameless masses. How can I help you? If the world is waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years? It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard the news of the magic known as law which governs our land? I have, though I'm not sure if it qualifies as magic. The performance of Magnify's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more! 7 years? That phrase sure likes to pop up, doesn't it?
And why was that?
A little matter called performance rights, Miss Trucy. What?
Can you tell us about these performance rights?
Magnify's magic relied on an incredibly innovative idea. A trick, if you will. That trick was considered his property, and as such was protected by property laws. Intellectual property, maybe? Magnify knew this and bequeathed it in his will. To one person. You mean him? Yes, Miss Trucy, it was your father. Zach Grammary was the inheritor of the Grammary Miracle.
Daddy.
Yet, as you well know, he is gone. He disappeared suddenly, 7 years ago. I think I see where this story is going. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct? In all absoluteness, those rolled-up sleeves conceal your competence well, young man. That certain period of time of which you speak is 7 years.
Ah.
Yes, Miss Trucy, though it pains me to say it, this past spring, April to be precise, was the time. Your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty mentor, Magnifi, passed to me. This was, in fact, stipulated in the will by Magnifi himself.
Is that how it works, Apollo?
Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing, permanently.
Daddy.
Oof. Well... Badge! A challenge, is it? You want me to make that disappear? No! Very well, give it to me! No, thanks, no! Are all magicians like this?
Apollo, what was that look just now?
You know what that look was. I'm just thinking how hard it is to get any information out of a magician. Magic show ticket? No? Okay, well... Do you know what this is? I was wondering if you could tell me about this. Haha! Why, that bears the Grammary seal!
Uncle Valent? Something wrong?
Trucy, where did you get this?
Huh? Daddy gave it to me.
Your daddy? You mean Zach Grammary?
No. My other daddy, Phoenix Wright.
Why now? Why would your Lord Daddy? Lord Daddy? That's kind of stretching the whole archaic thing a bit. His signature upon the back. Do you recognize it? That belongs to none other than Zach Grammary.
What? Daddy signed this?
Might I be so bold as to open it? I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. What's in this envelope, I wonder? Should we have not shown that to him? Too late. What can I show you? You seen this dude? So, a journalist was here on a story. All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seek to commit its mysteries to paper.
His name was Brushel.
Brushel.
I think he remembers him.
He doesn't look too happy about it. Brushel, that cloying smell of mint when he smiles. Yes.
Could you tell us more about him? What did he want?
Tell me more, Mr. Brushel, the journalist. A man by that name called on me just now. Just now? So we just missed him? Valent's vision is always towards tomorrow. Valent's feet step always forward. That is all.
That's all. Very confusing.
I'm to perform a big magic show, yes? I wanted someone to cover it. Yet he had ears only for that incident. That incident? In any case, I requested that rapacious reporter remove himself. So a painter has died. What of it? It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of Grammary.
Uncle Valent, do you know where the reporter went?
I recommended he visit that place popular with the penalized perpetrators. The detention center? He was a rude individual. Might I see that car? You're gonna, like, fucking destroy it. Sure. He would tear apart my respectability. I will tear him apart!
Ooh, here comes Apollo. Uncle Valent's got a big magic trick.
Is he gonna fix the card? Not sure that qualifies as big magic.
What happened to the big magic?
It is not more. Is it not more miraculous for it to stay ripped? No? No? It's not? Give me back my card! You must have really not liked that journalist. Now, the time has come when I must return to make my prestidigitation preparations. By your leave, Miss Trucy.
Thanks, Uncle Valent.
3 days from now, make ready for miracle! What do you think that journalist was after? And why did Valent react like that to this envelope?
I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit.
Well, we can't get backstage, so I guess so. October 7th, Detention Center, Visitors Room. I think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing it for the money, end quote. No, 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 not at all! Looks like someone's already meeting here.
Maybe that reporter?
Oh my god. Hey there, how you doing? Who might you be? Sorry, we didn't know if someone was already here. I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. We're gonna allow that. There we go. Talk about a nervous monkey. Why do you have clown face? I don't like this guy. He's creeping me out. Why is there a toothbrush in his pocket? Ooh, he's got one of those feather things. Oh, that's suspicious. You're Justice! You know me? Do I know you? Of course I know you! Stares down witnesses on the stand till they spill the beans. End quote. That's not true! What's he writing? Your first reaction was, what is this thing? Yep, that's a very fair reaction. His hair does look like the tip of a brush. But he definitely has lower half of his face is clown face, which I don't like. Please stop.
Are you a reporter by any chance?
Oh, you're Trucy! Those glasses are not helping him look better. Now he's got the big old bug eyes.
Huh? Am I famous?
Oh yeah! Trucy right, hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties, end quote.
That's not true.
Just hold on to your beaches there. I'll wrap this interview up in a jiffy.
Interview?
So, guard, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote. No! How many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I've got work to do. You deal with him.
Did you come here to interview the guard?
Woo-wee, what a pickle! Q's wouldn't talk, had to interview someone or go plumb crazy, end quote.
Huh?
Oh, she's still there, just hiding. I should have guessed. Where are my manners? Name's Brushel, Spark Brushel. I'm not picky. Journalist just closes his eyes, writes, end quote. What's that nauseatingly strong mint smell every time he grins? Do you just wear toothpaste in your mouth? Are you not brushed like a paintbrush, but brushed like a toothbrush? Is that what's happening here? I want to be convicted of murdering this guy, end quote. Yeah, that's fair. I don't think anyone would hold it against you. Can't tell you've been interviewed by me. You don't know what thrilling is. I'm pretty sure that's not true. Did he just polish his head with a toothbrush? Excuse you? Wild romp through crossroads of mayhem, madness, end quote. I can see that. He's writing something again. Why? All the weird shit for you to carry. Why is one of them not a notepad? Why are you writing on your arm? Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. Yo, buddy. Are you okay? Do you need help? The same old security guard is glaring at us. He winked. Maybe he's not such a bad guy after all. Okay. Oh, hey, Chiriko. You wanna go upstairs? His name is French as editorial? Oh no. Editorial? Oh no. Why would they do this? Are you taking a bath on stream? Are you gonna go up top on the shelf? Cat? Chiriko, what are you doing? Man, who you around at? Alright, tell me about yourself, you weirdo.
So, Mr. Breschel, you're a journalist?
Ah, me? Let me state one thing for the record here.
Yes?
I'm the interviewer, you understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here, end quote.
Okay.
For instance, you think a movie director watches movies? I mean, I would hope so.
Well, I think he probably does.
Exactly, I knew you would understand. Huh? What? No, I didn't understand at all. Night of the crime. You found a really disturbing fact on the wiki that you're not sure you want to share? Oh no. Yeah, we'll leave that up to your own discretion.
So, the night of the murder, you were at Drew's studio?
Oh, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record.
Yes?
I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy. Real busy. Always on the road. Journalist always buys one-way tickets. Never looks back. End quote. Okay.
I can understand that philosophy, but...
You want to know the thing about one-way tickets? Once you use them, they're gone. All because you have to give them to the guy at the airport.
True enough. But don't they give normal tickets anyway? Tickets away too?
Exactly, see? It's the same thing.
What is?
He blinks with his bottom eyelids. Ugh, like a lizard. That's so weird. Oh god, he does. Oh my god. Oh god, I can't unsee it now. Oh, this is terrible.
So he went to do a story on Drew Misham? And he'd never heard a story done about him before? Never had a story done about him before?
That's right. Look, let me say one thing for the record here.
What?
I'm sure you're gonna want to know about my source. What tipped me off to Drew? Why do the interview in the first place?
Well, yes.
Look, it's like... Oh, I got it. Say there's this burger joint with fabulous ketchup. You think the burger guy is gonna tell me where he got it?
At the supermarket, maybe?
Exactly, see? That's what I'm talking about. I think I may have actually... Apollo thinks he may have actually understood that one. I got... Nope. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where he was going with that. I don't know where we're going with anything. I'm just here. We're just here. Hell, there's one thing I can talk about, really. Walls have ears, eyes, especially glass walls with speakers. End quote. Right, I guess we'll leave then? But since you're here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I saw, just for the heck of it.
Sure, tell us, just for the heck of it.
I remember it like it was yesterday. I had seen a movie on a trip and wandered into this burger place with amazing ketchup, when an article in a tabloid caught my eye. Famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery, end quote, I believe it was. And there's the clown nose, which is creepy, okay, in oil painting. Happens every day, right? But I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere before. A painting of a giant peach floating down a river. Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach. Journalists can smell scoop better than burgers, end quote. Badge first, then the painting. Right, let me go on the record here.
Yes?
I know what you're gonna say. Special, take this. Write billing column, end quote. I don't think so. Look, buddy, I write billing columns about one thing. There we go. And that's food. Try to understand. What could he possibly be writing? Okay, if you're only writing about food, why were you trying to write about an artist? You didn't listen to a word I said. Right, let me go on the record here. Oh. Alright, you ain't gonna tell us shit about that. Coffee? Coffee doesn't count, okay. Alright, what if we show him the real thing? You know anything about this? Nope, okay. Hey, you know anything about this tiny little frame? No? Okay. Well. Want to talk about the magician? No? Okay. I don't know. Okay, well, I think that's all we're getting out of him. Do you know anything about this? No? Okay. You know anything about this? No? Okay. I feel like we're supposed to show him something. The other guy. Yeah, because that's only 3. I feel like we can still get more out of him, but he's not saying anything. Grammary? No? Okay. Vera? No? Okay. Know anything about this envelope? No? Okay. Letterbox? Maybe that is all we're gonna get out of this weirdo. I don't know what else to show him. Alright, well, okay. To the studio, maybe? Oh yeah, here we go. October 7th, Drew Studio.
Well, how'd it go? Find anything out?
Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you.
What's with that scary face you're making?
And what's with the I know something but I'm not telling face you've got going, Emma? Is it the painting? Can we talk about this painting? This painting came from behind that dresser.
Ah, yes. So?
It was stolen, no?
I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out.
Do you think you could tell us a bit about this?
I suppose. It's what you think. Drew Measham was a forger.
That explains the weird equipment.
A forger?
Do tell.
So what exactly is a forger?
Well, basically it's someone who makes forgeries. Fakes, in other words.
Fakes?
Copies of an original. Exact copies, so precise you can't tell them apart. Did I see the comment on Misham's pun name earlier? Let me scroll up. I think I must have missed it. Let's see. Drew Misham drew my sham. He's a forger. Oh! Oh! Yeah, okay. Okay. That's funny. And Vera my sham. Misham is like, verify my sham. Maybe. That'd be a good way to take it. Oh my god. The names in this game sometimes.
Well, why not just photocopy them?
The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as the real article. It's a crime, of course.
So Drew Misham was...
A criminal? I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries. To supplement his work in illustration, I guess. I see. Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. What do you mean? When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue.
So the rough sketch is like practice for the real thing. Like doing a magic trick in front of a mirror before you go on stage.
But not in the case of a forgery. Not necessarily, anyway. The names get progressively worse throughout the series. Yeah, I've noticed. You know what the finished product is gonna look like, after all.
Oh, yeah, I guess you would.
That's why I brought this. I'm gonna use it to see what's under the paint of the finished pieces. I get it now. Not that I really need to go to such lengths, seeing as how one of the paintings was only half finished anyway.
Still, it'd be neat to see Mr. Misham's rough sketches. Kinda like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking.
True, that would be interesting. And maybe valuable for a case.
You should try buttering her up, Apollo. Flattery will get you everywhere, they say.
Maybe I should ask Emma to help us out. Emma would like to look under this. I kind of want to see the rough sketch under this painting. And I was wondering if your tool there might do the trick?
Oh, fine. Just this time, though. Let's check it out.
Whee! This is fun. I don't know what I'm looking at. Oh, that's cool. It's a building.
Okay, let's print this one out.
Oh. It's like a war thing. The dude's on fire. Interesting. What the heck?
Wow, he really blows. This finished painting isn't anything like the rough. Devices like mine didn't exist until recently. Probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted for the rough. What do you mean?
He's on fire and trying to shoot a gun. Do I get to keep a copy of that? Well, in the past you could only analyze the composition of a rough sketch.
Composition?
In other words, the traces of charcoal between paint and canvas. So you could tell if there had been a rough sketch. But not what it looked like. Ah, I think I follow you. So, in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint out a rough sketch entirely, then do a completely new painting on top of that.
So Mr. Misham was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them.
Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Not particularly, but something about the sketch itself is kind of odd.
You're awfully silent all of a sudden, Apollo.
Think you could check out the other paintings?
Well, sure.
You like this detection stuff, don't you? Yes, it's fun. Show me what's under the blowfish. Why does it look like a screaming face over here? I've got some concerns about this dude. You okay, buddy? Well, I guess you're not okay, because you're dead. Oh, this is the Elfdu noodle cart. The other one was the flaming guitar. It was Gavin. And this is Eldoon. What the fuck? Was he a fan? Okay, let's print this one out. This one too.
What's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden.
You think I could just look at the last of these?
Fine by me. Knock yourself out.
Please be a poker table. Yep, poker! Why are you following our case? Is that why we're the attorney here?
Okay, let's print this one out.
Yeah, that's not weird at all. What the heck is all this?
I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited. You sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation?
Paulo, Trucy, look at these 3 sketches. Do you notice anything?
Ah!
Hey, you're both white as
Now you're both white as sheets. What's going on?
These sketches are the 3 cases I worked on.
What?
The murder in the poker room at the Borscht Bowl Club. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then the events that transpired during the Gaviners concert.
What could it mean?
I have a stalker.
How could he have painted all those things and why?
Yeah, for a guy who doesn't leave the house, it's kind of weird, isn't it? That's what I want to know.
Wait, is Drew Misham
your father? What? Give me a break. Does that seem even remotely possible to you? Emma, please. I'd never even heard of any Drew Misham before. I hadn't even seen a picture of him. But there were my cases, drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Just who was this Drew Misham? And what did he have to do with me? Dun dun dun. Alright, trial time. Let's do it. October 8th, 9:48 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby, number 6. Good morning!
So you're Vera, right? I'm Trucy, Trucy Wright. That's right with a W, but not right, right?
Are you okay?
We're on your side. You can tell us anything, please. Good morning.
She speaks!
Not bad, not bad. But I think you do better with a little smile, you know? You're so pretty, you need to sell yourself, you know?
Trucy, let's take it easy for starters.
Thank you for taking my case. She's smiling over here.
Okay, well, that's a start, I guess. If she goes with the nail polish again.
That's great, really. It's so cultured. Want to try? Ooh, really?
Girls. Hey. I also have nail polish on my desk, because, I don't know, sometimes when you go out, you need to paint your nails. The victim, Drew Measham, was a forger, and a stolen painting was found in his studio. A life of crime, really, and maybe one that led to his death. October 8th, 10 o'clock a.m., District Court, courtroom number 3. Well, we will now begin the trial of the Vera Measham.
Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy and he's looking all around all nervous like.
The repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time, and may indeed alter our legal system forever. Ooh. Today is a test of the justice system, and the first step toward a new order in our courts.
Daddy, secret mission!
The jurors will function like a jury. It is hoped their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom? 3 closed circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. So jurors have access to everything that transpires. Jurors, Judge Well and Judge Cool. Oh, Judge Well and Judge Cool, I get it. Alright, that's what you're saying. Never mind. Now see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was going to say that. My apologies, Judge. Jurors, judge today's trial coolly, if you would be so kind. The jurors are unbound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. And we're about to find out just what effect they're going to have. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, the details of the case, if you would. The victim is the painter, Drew Measham. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned. By whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera Measham. There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Achtung, someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. The mug? Ah, residue was found on the rim, I see. The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death. The court accepts this as evidence. Measham's autopsy report added to the court record. According to this report, which I will now look at, death by atroquinine poisoning. Estimated time 9 to 9:30 p.m. That's it. That's all it says. Nothing else in there. Alright, got it. The victim's death was caused by atroquinine poisoning. A chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 milligrams. A touch of atroquinine in the body is a touch of the reaper's size. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, you may present your witness. I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. Oh god, it's the reporter. A man who witnessed a murder in its entirety. That journalist, no doubt. Oh god, why? The witness will state his name and occupation. Alright! Well, for starters, my name is Spark Bushel. My job is a lone observer of the world. Fun fact about Clavier, he isn't German, though according to the developers, he studied in Germany for a while. Okay. What an odd decision. Well, I guess his brother was, like, very normal and didn't use random German and everything, so... I don't know. That checks out, I guess. In other words, a freelance journalist, right? If you don't mind, I'd like to state something here for the record. Yes, Mr. Bushel? I dislike conclusions specifically, the jumping aspect of conclusions. Preconceptions make parked sandbox of endless desert waste, end quote. But you're a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday. Well, that's true, yes. But you must understand, I stand before you today a man with a dream. I'm offering my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scoop turns Mr. Bushel into that Mr. Bushel, end quote. You're a weirdo. Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? A simple case, huh, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. The journalist story. I visited the studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier. Journalistic history made, end quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next. Star falls, end quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time. That does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned him. Oh, what are you saying, Judge? Need I remind you that cameras are rolling today? I felt the need to be a bit dramatic. Judge, can you just be normal? A girl's life is on the line, buddy. You didn't do it, did you? Me do a thing like that? Come on, that's like... Newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know. Wild accusations rock courtroom, end quote. Rock indeed. Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. I'm so happy for him. Very well, Mr. Justice. Your cross-examination, please. Journalist story, cross-examination. Visit around 9? 9 o'clock at night? Isn't that a little late for an interview? If the great painter Drew Measham says come at 9 o'clock, believe you and me, I go at 9. First, and as it turned out, last interview with such a prolific painter. Right. Can you tell us what it was like when you arrived? First outsider. You were the first reporter ever in Drew's studio? Posterity will look back on that night as a turning point in journalistic history. A basically insignificant step for all mankind. But a giant step for that Brushel guy, end quote. If no one on the outside had access to the studio, then it would serve to reason that the deed was done by an insider. By which he means Vera did it. So, how did this epic-making interview go? Daughter brought coffee. Would you mind being a little more specific?
Woo-wee, let me tell you, I enjoy a cuppa. In fact, it all began when I was in 3rd grade. No, wait, 4th grade? That's not what I meant!
I believe I know what Air Forehead is driving at. This coffee the victim was served. Did anyone other than the defendant touch it?
Right, that.
That's what I was gonna say, really.
Well, no, if you've got a question to ask, you'd best straight up ask it. That's what I tell all the new recruits, several times if necessary. Fight for a grade schooler. That's my motto! Which doesn't say I can only write at a grade school level. Who touched the coffee? Dunno. I was in the back looking at the student's equipment when she served it.
And what happened next?
And I know what happens next.
What's this about a star falling?
Star falls, huh? It's like an old telegram. Send money over. Zowie! You don't know. That's like a journalistic code word. An important personage passes away. Star falls. Get it? But there's no gravity in space, is there? I wouldn't think stars could fall, really.
Does this matter?
Oh boy, this is good stuff. Good stuff. Round star breaks. Nah, lacks punch. I know. Star dies. Nah, lacks imagination. Of course, you could go with Drew dies, straight to the point. I don't like it.
I think we need to hear about something a little more substantial. Moment of death, brushless coffee, or the stars. Oh, let's try it. Let's take it from the top. About when Mr. Meacham passed away.
Oh boy, what a scene that was. He put his coffee mug down with a crash, right?
Yes, and then?
And the cold finger of death touches his spine. Lies flame splutters and Lies flame sputters and fails. So cold was that touch. He could do naught but tremble uncontrollably. Actually, Lies Flame is a little tired. Lies River froze over. Yes, that's a go. I think he's starting an article already.
Could you describe that a little more simply?
Well, as you can imagine, I was pretty surprised. He had the floor, as they say. Artesia as the final performance, end quote.
Atokina paralyzes the central nervous system. The body arcs back like a bow, the limbs tremble, the throat burns. That's quite enough of that! Some of us want to be able to sleep tonight.
Oh, yeah? I want the details. Lots of juicy details.
For that, you can listen to our last year's hit single, Atokina and My Love, Baby, by the Governors. Available at all major music outlets. Look at this shameless plug! Look at Gavin here, shamelessly plugging. The point here is that the victim died of atroquinine poisoning. Well, Mr. Justice, how did you find that testimony? Not important. I think the moment of Mr. Meacham's death would be important. But Mr. Burchell's story didn't really tell us anything we didn't already know. Yeah, it really didn't. Very well, please continue with the testimony. Let's press this and then we'll go back to the Star Falls thing. No one else entered the room but her. Can you say that for sure? Is this appropriate? A man is dead? Yeah, Gavin, please.
Sure, I'm sure. True Studio isn't a big place, kiddo. I'd know if someone else had come in. What if they've been hiding in there from before?
Even if someone had been hiding in the studio, they hardly could have poisoned that mug without anyone noticing.
Think Spark Brushel would miss something as obvious as that? No way! He sure makes it sound exciting. I guess that's his job.
It's only one moment we need to focus on, really.
The moment when Mr. Drew Measham died?
Exactly. There has to be something there. Star Falls. Does this matter? Good stuff, star breaks, yada 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 yada. Tell me about your coffee. So you drank the coffee that Vera served you to?
Of course! When someone serves you coffee, you drink it. That's what my old boss used to say. Never did get what he meant by it, though.
But you're still alive, which is to say, you didn't die.
Of course not! No point falling before you're a star, end quote.
That's not exactly what I was getting at. What were you getting at then? You know the poison was not on the rim. Was on the rim, not in the coffee.
Oh yeah! There were two cups on the tray she bought. And one of the cups had Drew's signature painted on the side.
No chance the guest would take that one by mistake, I guess. Well, Mr. Justice, was that testimony important? No. So Brush will drink the coffee too. Doesn't look like this is gonna lead to much. Please continue. Alright, tell me about the Stars coffee. You say Mr. Measham had the coffee too, but did you actually see him drink the coffee?
Of course! He who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger, end quote. I live in a man see dogs eat dog and writes about a world, yet. I guess I can't say I saw him drink it, really. He had one so-called sip, if that. Man puts lips to mug, drinks, end quote.
That poison is quite virulent, I hear.
My stomach did a so-called somersault, since I'd gulped down that coffee without so much as a second glance at it. Wait, maybe something's there! Some kind of so-called trick! Anyone want to venture a guess for the record?
Does this guy have a pause button? Well, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable? Not really. Death by atrachinine poisoning. So his lips barely touched it. Okay, so here's something that's weird. The poisoning is supposed to be on the rim. But if it was supposed to be on the rim, wouldn't it be around the whole rim? Because it's very weird that it's in a very specific spot. Right? Like, wouldn't you think that it would be all around the whole thing? Maybe? Because otherwise it's like, he would definitely have to be drinking from that exact spot. And like, most people don't drink from the same spot on the cup. I say as I look down at my own cup. I've been varying where I drink from a little bit. Okay, well, Apollo said the moment of death was important. Well, if it's very important, I want to see what he says so I can make it. The victim drank his coffee, then immediately fell over.
Ah, yes, you can go to press with that one.
Your Honor, this is a vital piece of information. Please add it to the testimony. It takes 15 minutes, so that's also weird. Very well. This witness will add this to his testimony.
Vital, right!
He had one sip of that.
The next moment he was on the floor.
So he either took a sip or he didn't, and then he fell over?
Ah, yes, indubitably. Just like that. Wham bam.
So Mr. Measham drank the coffee and fell over immediately. I think Brushell's telling the truth, too. Should I get him to talk about something else? No need. There's no real need to change the testimony. The problem with the testimony is already pretty obvious. He's on the floor. Alright, where is whatever it says that takes 15 minutes? Where's our information that it takes 15 minutes for the poison to take effect? Slow acting deadly poison. Slow acting. I think we can go with this. Alright. Ready? Objection! You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used, atrakinine. Oh, Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of 0.002 milligrams paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drink that, even you, Mr. Justice, would be reduced to a quivering pile. Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information. An omission? Atrakinine is as virulent as he says. But death doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because atrakinine is slow acting. Slow acting? Whoa, what? According to one forensic scientist, it's one of the most virulent poisons, but it's absorbed into the body astonishingly slow. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. If we suppose that the moment Mr. Measham sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would still have had time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. Order! Order! What's the meaning of this? If what the defense says is correct, why, that contradicts the entire testimony we've just heard. Well, Mr. Brushel, anything to say on the record? Slow acting. S-L-O-W-A-C-T. It was virulent, all right. Even then, it had already begun digging its claws into the journalist. He's working on his scoop.
Objection!
It's Brushel, yeah? Brushel. Let's take a trip back down memory lane. Huh? Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital. No, and I think that was a not-so-subliminal suggestion. End quote. Stop tampering with the witness! God damn it, Gavin. I admit, it does cause a problem if he died when you say he died. I'd be forced to say auf Wiedersehen to my simple case. And you would be forced to say farewell to your article. Come again? Can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent. And you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Scoop! Scoop! Oh my lord. Brushing his tongue and his glasses? That's gross! You gross man. Oh, this is nasty. Look, just wait a second! Just 1 second! We're waiting! Out with it. I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. A revival of recollection, end quote. Starry survival, end quote. Eternally, utterly confused, end quote. Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I'd heard a poison that takes a sweet time, see? But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently. Mr. Brushel, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened? As someone who wears glasses, this guy causes you pain? Yeah, this dude is gross. You bet I am. The antidote for a poisonous contradiction, end quote, you might say. Or, I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say. I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee. But it wasn't in the coffee, it was on the mug. Order! 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 As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony that Mr. Meacham died since he drank the coffee. Of course I'm standing by my testimony. And my dream of exclusive rights is a story. Ugh, suppose it was too much to hope for. What was? Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case, not him. Him? Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright, who else? Ugh, tongue ear bustle. Report first, if you would. What is it that you noticed? This court is a critical trial of the juror system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed. Oh, Lord. What Breschel noticed? I arrived at the studio. Mr. Meacham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note? A suicide note? Yes, he had this look on his face. Man's face inscrutable as a quadratic equation, end quote. Suicide? Poor Mr. Meacham. But that means Vera's innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview? That's weird. Oh. Very well, you may begin your cross-examination. So do we think he sealed the envelope with that little thing and then, you know, got it on his mouth and then that's how he died? Alright, what Breschel noticed. Mr. Meacham was at his desk. Was there anyone at the studio other than Mr. Meacham? Well, his daughter Vera, of course. Was anyone besides Mr. Meacham and Vera present? Not a single one. Not a cat, not a rat, not even a mouse. The only person who didn't belong to that studio there was you, wasn't it, Mr. Breschel? Haha, I know what you're doing. I know your game. Trying to use this classic Ramsden phenomenon ploy, end quote. If you intend to suggest that this reporter is a suspect, I'm sure you also intend to present evidence supporting that assertion, correct? In the meantime, let us move along, shall we? Writing a letter, quickly sealed it. So he put the letter away when he saw you? Yeah, the reporter gets the worm, end quote. That's my secret. I'm not sure I follow. It's the night of the interview. I arrive 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in. Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry, really? Mr. Meacham sure seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. A yellow envelope? We got a red one. Yellow envelope. I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one. It does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice, I wonder. It does have the ring of something important at it. We'll get back to that, though. We're still gonna press it, but let's press everything else first. The defense finds this testimony vital, Your Honor. Very well. Please add it to the testimony, then. Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene. And you saw him seal this yellow envelope with the letter? Hey, don't look at me like that. I saw what I saw. Paula, you think this might be our big break? Yeah. But I need to show some decisive evidence now. Thought nothing of it at the time. You didn't think anything might be wrong at the time? Hey, when I go in for an interview, that's what I'm there to do. Interviewer finds looking more effective than caring. End quote. So, what about now? Thinking back on it, did you sense anything strange in Mr. Meesham's behavior?
Well, yeah, that's why I'm telling you all this to begin with.
Very well, continue with your testimony. What if he was writing a suicide note? Dun dun dun. A suicide note?
Well, yeah, don't quote me or anything. I'm just saying it's a possibility, you know?
So you didn't actually check the letter?
Of course not, it was sealed. Contents of can unknown until it can be opened, end quote.
Can always check the label.
You think Mr. Meesham was writing a suicide note?
If he was, that would solve the case in a jiffy.
It kinda makes me wonder about that letter.
We know it wasn't yellow. Ready? Objection! As it just so happens, there was a single letter in a desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope.
What?
He just fucking strangled his face. He squeezed his face with his necktie, and his like eyes bulged out, and it was like, that's super creepy. That's good. This man, everything about this man is gross. I hate it. I hate everything. I hate it all. Prosecutor Gavin. Yes. Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no. But a forehead. It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. I guess, but not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already, 7 years ago. Well, Mr. Bushel?
I can explain that. True, right? He wanted to get that letter in the envelope, pronto. Get it out of my sight, out of the sight of my beady eyes, right? So he grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed away.
What about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump? Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim? That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing into a red envelope. It's impossible. That's impossible. Ah, I like your expression, so full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with the assistance of a forensic scientist. What? Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Meesham.
Huh?
Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself.
I've been scooped!
Order! 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 Mr. Bushel, can you explain this to the court?
Oh, my, how could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots, end quote.
I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Bushel.
Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Meesham sat there searching his desk drawer for something.
His desk drawer?
Yes, a stamp, so-called postage stamp, end quote.
A stamp? Whatever for? Okay. The stamp must have been in that tiny little frame. Possibly a collectible stamp? Or some kind of stamp. Anyway, it was a stamp in that little frame, because that little frame is stamp size, now that I think about it. He probably licked it, and that's how he got the shit on his mouth. It all comes together. But why?
Well, to mail his letter, what else? And then, why yes, I think I saw him put it in his letterbox. Yes, it was a yellow envelope, and he put it in that box.
Well, apparently this yellow letter has nothing to do with the case.
How I wish it did. Just think if that were a suicide note, what a story. Saw write suicide note in front of reporter, falls, end quote.
As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That said, yes, Your Honor? It makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope. Mr. Drew Measham, I've deposited $100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you confirm the transfer. Sign the papers and send the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. Maybe that stamp was from when he originally got this and he never mailed it with that specific stamp. And that stamp was meant to kill him. $100,000 is quite a deal of money. So, this was from 7 years ago, yeah?
So, am I finished? Here, I mean. Am I finished here? I was thinking, you know, going home, start writing.
That nose switch is weird. I hate to state what should be pretty obvious to anyone. But when you catch the scent of a story, you make that, rather unique face.
Come on! Attorney has active imagination, little else. End quote.
Even I noticed something, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. Judge has active imagination. End quote. Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story. Gross, he's doing the thing.
Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here, usually.
Scent of a story.
Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview.
Porter leveraged his story, gets his interview, end quote.
That story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare.
What happened 7 years ago? So you threatened to go to the press with this story? That's how you got your interview? Blackmail?
Hell, yeah! I mean, no. It wasn't exactly black. I mean, I'm not,
Something wrong, Mr. Brushel. He's scum. This guy is pawn scum.
Look. This is my story, my tidbit. Journalist info is livelihood, end quote.
I see.
Well, you had me chatting away in here. What's going on out there? When if some Wally Wordsworth or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? They could be going to the press while I'm going to waste.
Court feels your pain, Mr. Brushel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace. Certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago? Isn't that when Phoenix lost his, Oh, because he accidentally used forged evidence. It was probably made by Measham. Oh, good. I gotta perceive something. Took a while to get the thumbs up on the interview. The victim, Drew Measham, had an aversion to reporters.
Why, I guess not even my considerable chimes did much for him. Till I finally got my thumbs up, that is.
Maybe you can elaborate on that a bit for us? Reporter leverages story. Exactly what sort of story was this?
A little one, like I said. Nothing more, nothing less. Nothing in between, end quote. I might have suggested I had a lead on this particular story. But I didn't threaten, or cajole, or nothing. Honest.
So, a suggestion was enough to get an interview? Mr. Measham must have really wanted to keep it under wraps. Certain case from 7 years ago. A certain case 7 years ago? Tell us, what case?
Let me state one thing, Mr. Attorney, and you can quote me on this. I can't talk about that case. What? Why not?
You remember this testimony?
It's about journalistic pride and staunchness and credibility and connections. Journalist reveals sources only over his dead body, end quote. So, what'll it be? You gonna strangle me?
Oh god, he's doing the eyeballs. That's so gross. I didn't even see what he said. I was just too put off by that imagery. Sounds pretty determined not to talk. He's basically just like, do your worst, kill me.
Our chances of breaking his will aren't looking good.
Red envelope probably had something to do with it. On the one hand, we have your story, and on the other, this letter. What makes you think the two are related?
Oh, I was just saying it's possible. Call it reporter's intuition, end quote. Hey, I say a lot of things. You gonna pick all of them apart? Be my guest.
All of them? No, just the incredibly suspicious ones. I see. Anything else to add about Mr. Measham? That's probably the one we need to perceive. Drew's talent was without compare. Just how amazing was Mr. Measham's talent?
Huh? Ooh-wee boy, I mean, hey, he's a star, man, a star. Flow his brush is like a great undulating river across the canvas. Artist paints slide up the studio like sun, end quote.
This guy is full of wacky gestures. But that one just now is wackier than usual. Ooh, maybe that's a thing.
He looks kind of nervous to me, Apollo.
Definitely. I'm sensing something different than before here. Maybe it's time to bring out you-know-what.
That testimony left a bad taste in my mouth.
It all makes sense. Nothing jumps out as ridiculous.
Wonder what this story he's talking about is. It must have been good to get an interview with a famous recluse like that.
Something powerful enough to draw Drew Measham out of hiding. I wonder, maybe it had something to do with Mr. Measham's art? Loved his story, certain case of 7 years ago, red envelope. His talent was without compare. Let's take a little looky-loo. Say what you will. But Drew's talent was without compare. I thought I saw something up here. Drew's talent was without compare. Hear it again. Let's look at your face. Where else can I look? Drew's talent. That's without compare. No, I don't see anything here. Maybe it's not this one. Oh wait, look at the pen maybe? I think it's this one. Or maybe his throat. Okay, maybe not. Maybe it is the... This is the one perception you had to use Google for? Oh god. My concern is if I'm even on the right statement, you know? Eyebrows? Man, I don't see anything. Alright, let's check the previous one. No, he's pretty normal. Yeah, wait, hold on. Story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. Should we look at this one too? But he said suspicious things about this one and the other one. Let's check this one first. Red envelope. Probably had something to do with it. No, not there. I don't know why I'm looking at his pocket. I'm just checking everything. Alright, I don't see shit. Still don't see anything there. Certain story. Story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. I don't see anything yet. Man. I feel like it has to be this one. But then I don't know what I'm looking for. For a moment, I was like, maybe it's his lizard eyeballs. I have to check every oh, God. Okay, okay. Am I at least on the right statement now? Correct statement, okay. This is awful. Guess let's look at your elbow next. She will, but Drew's talent was without compare. Oh, gosh. Dude, I hate this. I hate this so much. Did I miss it? Fuck. It must be really subtle if I missed it. I haven't missed it, I just haven't looked at a spot. Oh god. Is it your damn hair? Okay, is it upper body or lower body? I guess upper half of the screen or lower half of the screen is the question. Lower? Okay. Is it this arm? No, I think I checked this arm though. Okay, doesn't seem to be his arm. Twitchy elbow? You got a twitchy shoulder, maybe? Twitchy shoulder? Please. That doesn't seem to be it. guy's already so creepy looking at him, so yeah. Looking at him up close for this long is just very disturbing. Okay. This is frustrating, so you can just tell me where I need to look. Is it the tie? I looked at the time. Armpit? Oh god! Right armpit or left armpit? Other side? Okay. I thought I saw something earlier, but I was like definitely not sure. This dude is sweating it up. That's gross. Gotcha, gotcha, buddy. Sweat much, Mr. Brushel?
Yeah, well, a man can't help his glands, you know.
It's more than that. When Mr. Meesham's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets. You're hiding something about his talent.
What? That's ridiculous!
Evidence time. Let's show where Mr. Meesham's true talent lay. It just so happens I have evidence showing the talent mentioned in that letter. Found at Drew's studio. Okay, now here's the question. Is it do we show the fake or the real one? Let's try the real one because it was being hidden and it was definitely a stolen painting.
Take that!
This painting was found in Mr. Meesham's studio. There were two problems with this painting. The first is it wasn't painted by Mr. Meesham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio, which looked exactly like this one. It was only half done, except it was only half done. Then we have a letter discussing a payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. Business? The business of making forgeries? Ah! That's gross. We didn't need to see that for that long. This is unnecessary. That is all, Your Honor.
Everyone, please! Everyone! Can we keep this private? This is my story, my scoop!
Forgery. That's a serious crime. You miss Shark Boy? Yeah, me too.
Joe Meesham is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of work until a few years back.
Another art, meaning forgery?
Joe Meesham was talented, alright. Talented at making precise, detailed fakes. In fact, that certain criminal elements were quick to discover.
Criminal elements? What? You can't seriously be talking about...
Exactly. I'm talking about forging evidence.
Oh, he is related to the case that got Phoenix fired.
Rumors started circulating 7 years ago.
7 years ago? So, are we to understand that this letter, this payment of $100,000 was for...
Exactly. Forged evidence, that's tidy profit, end quote.
Damn. Order, order, order! Why, it's like our victim was leading a double life. Aha, this is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about. This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation. But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here. But there's no proof tying this letter to our case. Shit. Our case was and remains simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mugs that night. And you, of course.
Hey! The only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews.
Mr. Bashel, your testimony at this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen.
What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid. Journalism so solid you could stand an elephant on it, end quote.
In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If we can ascertain the situation in that studio from the recap, the trial is over.
Paula, what's he talking about?
The cross-examination showed Mr. Bashel didn't have reason or means to poison him. As long as there's no other suspects, then the killer had to be Vera, that's what. This next testimony is our last chance. Mr. Bashel, your testimony, please. The interview, a recap.
The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She's admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the entire interview was that mug. Nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter.
What about that stamped envelope, eh? A nice testimony. Clear, succinct, and without room for doubt. That's what you think, buddy.
Ah, shucks. You really think so?
I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may begin your final cross-examination. Right. I still have one trump card left to play. And I won't let this trial end until I use it. Interview recap. Only other person in the studio was the defendant, Vera. But that doesn't prove Vera poisoned it.
Objection!
How many times have we heard that one, Forehead? The poison reached his victim via such coffee mug. No, he had it on him first, and then it went on the mug. That's why it's in a very limited space. You don't think that's weird? Who does this? Hey, Dr. Lupin, what's up? Hope you're having a good weekend. How's it going? And from where did that coffee come, Not to beat the dead horse again and again, but perhaps you could fill us in?
I'm on it. You need a horse to beat? I'm your man.
I hate this guy. Vera poured the coffee. And you witnessed her pouring the coffee?
Yes, I didn't witness it. When she came in with that tray, coffee was already poured and steaming.
Let us not forget the defendant admitted to pouring the coffee herself. I heard her statement. I poured, I served, and I killed.
That's not what she said! What?
That last part was just a little joke. I don't think I'm gonna get anywhere with this coffee mug. Need to find another weak spot in this case. Only time that touched Drew's lips during the interview with that mug. What about before the interview? Stamp? You sure about that?
Well, to be really, really precise, I was busy gulping mint candies the whole time.
Oh god, you're so gross. One of those candies might have been poisoned! And at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room. And no mint residue was found. That was a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee? Nope. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof. The possibility is there, I can feel it, just maybe not prove it, not yet. He didn't eat it, he did lick something though. And possibilities I'm gonna cut it, not now. Mr. Measham ingested that poison via route other than that coffee. I don't think I can prove it yet. We just said we can't prove it yet. It can't be proven. I do believe a little forehead is growing up. Pity. He likes a rash, useful forehead best. He just said that he can't prove it. Another hole in this case that needs plugging before I can prove anything. First, we gotta prove that something left. But first things first, I'd better uncover a weak spot before I try to strike again. On with the cross-examination. We're gonna go with the postal box first. Nothing left the studio after you died. Nothing. Haha, that's where I'm gonna get you. Not one thing? You're sure?
Yep, sure as sure can be. Well, that's one exception.
One exception? What?
Journalist Spark Bushel does interview. Leave studio. End quote. Come on! It's a joke, get it? Not funny, I know, but still.
Something leave the studio that night? Yes. Why does that sound familiar? I've never heard something like that before. Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night? Male. Yep. I think one thing might very well have left the studio that night, actually. Certain something that has vanished from the crime scene. By which you mean? Something other than our witness? A yellow envelope with a suspicious stamp on it? Of course. Don't tell me. Vera Misha? No. Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely intentional. Then let's see what you've got for us, Mr. Justice. Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you, but I do have evidence that shows how it could have been taken from the scene. Take that! This is the only link between that studio and the outside world. A letterbox? What did Mr. Bushel just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter.
Yeah, I said that. Yeah, it was true.
Furthermore, you went on to tell us
that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox.
Ah, but that very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night the yellow envelope disappeared. Objection! Ah, yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. Huh? He has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Misha. Is it really important that this envelope the witness says he saw disappeared? Yes. Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night, and that seems very important to me. Very well then, the witness will add this to his testimony.
You got it.
I still think this fails to change anything, Air Forehead. I wouldn't be so sure. A letter disappeared from the crime scene that night. This is exactly the opening I've been looking for.
The letter was put in the post from the studio, but I hardly think that matters.
Nothing could be more serious than an envelope disappearing from that studio. You are hiding that fact from us.
Yes, well, actually...
I don't argue the possibility that a letter disappeared from that studio. But Air Forehead, isn't there a much more serious question before us? Right, how Mr. Misha was poisoned. I know. But Mr. Bushel's testimony has changed, which means the facts of the case have too. And what he's told us means something entirely different now. I'm starting to think.
Let's keep thinking, Apollo.
Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. Oh shit, I meant to... Crap, I didn't want to do that. Hold on. Keep my eyes matters and wine how Drew Misha was killed. Here, pour the coffee. That's not gonna change, but if that coffee didn't kill him, I need to find out what did and prove it. I wanted to press the last statement. Only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter, you say? You say clearly, as though it were obvious. But this claim that the defendant poisoned the victim is merely conjecture.
Ah, yes, well, you see, in my business, it's all about making the most ridiculous things sound right. Bad habit, I know. Yes, well, actually, I guess this is more of a ridiculous journalist sounds wrong, end quote.
Court is forced to agree with you. Please refrain from wild conjecture.
I understand that loud and clear.
If only I could believe that.
What do you think, Apollo? Everything he's saying seems so not flawed.
Well, that's kind of what you want from a testimony, really. Need to keep my eye on what matters. How and why was Drew Meacham killed? Letter. Stamp. Alright, let's try it. Ready? Objection! Damn it, not that one. Okay. This statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. I'm sorry, but I can see nothing faulty. Okay. I know that there was a stamp in that frame, but I need to figure out how to prove it first. Must be on the wrong track. Letter was put in the post from the studio. The enclosed stamp within 3 days. Hey, Dr. Lupin! Thanks so much for the resub. Why? Oh, yeah, there's my alerts. I didn't hear it, though. What happened to my sound effect? That's weird. I'll have to check on that later. It's gotta be this, then. Nope. Your Honor, what do you think about this witness's statement? He doesn't follow. Nope, that's not it. Overruled. Yeah. I don't think that won many points to the judge. Okay. He hardly thinks it matters. Let's press. What did he say when I pressed this? Nothing could be more serious. You're hiding that from us. And are you possibly the letter from the studio? How Mr. Meacham was poisoned. Something entirely different I'm starting to think. Maybe we gotta go back to Darjin Linkling! Thank you for the Prime Gaming resub. Look at all those Momos. Look at that Momo. Enjoy that Momo, and that Parfait Cup, and that Scree. You enjoy those. Okay, maybe we need to go back to that other one that where they were like, do you think it was something else that poisoned him? And then be like, yeah, a stamp. The only thing that touched his lips during the interview was the mug. Sure about that? It's goblin candies. One of them might have been poisoned. No. Well, Mr. Justice, you have some proof. Possibilities there, I can feel it, just maybe not prove it yet. Let's save, in case I keep fucking up. Don't return to the title. Possibility's not gonna cut it now. Mr. Meacham ingested that poison via a route other than that coffee. I can prove it. Proof is possible. Here goes nothing. Thanks for the air guitar. You do understand what we need, yeah? Proof, air forehead, not possibilities. Of course, and Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof. What did you say? I have proof of the disappearing envelope.
Saw him writing a letter, I did.
Which was picked up by the mailman, I presume? Of course, which means that envelope had a stamp on it. A stamp? Ah! As we all know, stamps come with dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it by licking the stamp. You completely lost the air guitar counter? It's been a while. No one of us talking to actually licks stamps in this day and age. Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all. Okay, so he licks the stamp, but wait. That does not explain the atropine on the rim of the coffee mug. There's one after the previous case's breakdown, but there's probably more that you missed. Possibly, yeah. It's been a while. If he licked the back of the poison stamp, the poison would get on his tongue, yes? What would then happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth, Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing, it was the other way around. What? Coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Meacham. Mr. Meacham poisoned the coffee mug himself. Order! 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 But that doesn't... does it? Recall, if you would. Atropine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope. But his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe. that a nod of agreement? Oh god, he smells something. You have something to add, Mr. Bushel? Oh, his nose is picking up another scent.
As I believe I mentioned earlier. Well, that's the thing, you see, after he put this letter in that envelope, Mr. Meacham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Yes, a stamp, so-called postage stamp. End quote. But you know, I don't seem to remember ever finding one.
Maybe he'd just run out? Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps, not a single one. That does pose a problem. How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison? I got a tiny frame for you. Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. It makes proving the stamp he used was poison possible. Good show, good show. You can't even prove serve as a stamp at the scene in the first place. Yeah, I can. Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Where's your evidence that proves the existence of this poison stamp? Here you go, tiny frame. Well, that certainly is a cute little frame, and by little, I mean really little. It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Sorry, not desk. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that too during my inspection, so that... apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important. Missing something? Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. Atroquinine residue. What? Why wasn't I told about this? The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most. You're insane. Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps? Order! 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 The poison stamp was in this frame? Impossible. Prosecutor Gavin! Why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck.
No, can I say something? I had a thought, see?
What, Mr. Bushel? And please stop jittering around like that.
The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger forges friends, makes enemies too. End quote.
So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him.
Objection!
Oh, rich. That's rich. Leave so ridiculous flights of fancy to the governor's song lyrics, please. Finally, something we agree on. The stamp is a murder weapon? Nonsense. That is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. Oh, I disagree. Come again? Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Drew Meacham hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail. The mail? Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew read letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous. Where's your proof? I want proof. Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. I might not have evidence, but things are finally starting to come together.
What is it, Apollo?
Your fists are trembling. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Meacham was killed. It was probably a stamp that he was supposed to use when he sent back whatever it was that was in that red envelope. The receipt for that $100,000. Because that envelope, that letter in there specifically said to use the stamp that it came with. But then they also said, and this is what I picked up on in that tiny frame, they're like, yeah, it fits a commemorative stamp, so what if he's a stamp collector or just really liked that stamp in particular? And was like, I can't use this stamp, I'm gonna keep it and then use a different one, you know? And then, you know, kind of delayed getting himself killed for 7 years. Although, why use it now if it was so important to him? That's kind of weird. I guess because there was nothing else and you really needed to mail that thing. I think I know how Mr. Meacham was killed. Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice. A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Meacham the stamp of death. Let's go with this. Isn't this the envelope? The one from 7 years ago? Think about the text of the letter again. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. And this is page 2. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the unclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. Yeah, because if you want someone to return a letter to you, you would, you know, it's nice to send them the postage to encourage them to do it, but you would also, in most cases, stick that postage on for them instead of just not doing it. So it's like, it's kind of weird to, like, force him to, like, stick the postage on there himself. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. Ah.
In other words, if I have this straight, stamp, poison, on the stamp, lick, lick, end quote.
Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked?
He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in his letterbox.
15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath. And the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene. Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system. Such a splendid imagination you have, Air Forehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So, this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago. Yeah? Is that what you'd have others believe? Really? What? Well...
It's a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility.
Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? Is that his 3rd air guitar in this short session? I think so? I actually wasn't counting. Poison stamp in this envelope? A stamp that then becomes a murder weapon? How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence?
Well...
it was 7 years ago, and we don't even know who sent that letter! And your answer is silence, I see. Very well, I move on to... It's not nice to pick on the Fraulein, Clavier. Ah! Didn't we throw you in prison? Emma!
Well, like my Christoph Gavin impression, did I sound like him?
Fuck, I didn't remember what kind of voice we used for him before. If you haven't missed anywhere at 8 throughout the whole game, damn. Don't quit your day job. Oh yeah, he was very posh, like, I'm Christoph Gavin. Like that. Like, yeah. He was stuck up. I remember. Don't quit your day job. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking at, Fraulein Detective?
Someone had to come dig you out of all the mess you're making of this case.
That totally tricked you when you played? Yeah, me too.
Mess? You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted in science a little more. You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope. Easy.
Care to explain yourself, Fraulein?
Glare at me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right?
That's right! Poison detection spray. We could spray the inside of the envelope. Produce the red envelope at once. Let's open it. You can open it on the authority of the court. Oh, wait, here it is. Well, would you look at that?
No mistaking it. That's atrakinine residue.
I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past. Now, 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last. Objection! Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why didn't this murder take place 7 years ago?
Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Measham figured it out.
Figured what out?
He realized that the person who sent this letter wanted him dead, so he sent his reply with a different stamp.
and put his decisive evidence in a frame. But then why would he use it now? Because he knew. You're still here.
Can I make a statement here on the record?
Did you just try to NSYNC me? No. No!
High Spark Razor Tooth Brushel claim this scoop is mine. Drew Meacham killed in cold blood. By sender of 7-year-old letter, end quote. No, maybe something more succinct. Star falls for 7-year delay, end quote.
Order! 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 I see no room for further argument here. Though I admit this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that murder weapon that reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp his ticket straight to afterlife, end quote.
Uh-oh, I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge.
Most people are a bad influence on the judge. The judge is very impressionable. I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant. A lot of people are see April May here. Yeah.
Paulo?
I think we just won. Very well, this court finds the defendant.
God damn it, Gavin!
Is this a bad future of our legal system? Prosecutor Gavin? A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago? Tickets for governor's shows are invalid after 2 weeks. But it doesn't make sense any other way. It boggles my mind that that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in Air Forehead's claim.
Shit. Contradiction!
Poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago. Thereupon it was framed until now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Meacham have done what he did? Emma explained that he must have realized it was poison. No, it was probably a commemorative stamp that he wanted to keep. That's why it was framed.
Why else would you frame something? It's because you like it.
Therein lies the rub. 7 years ago, the forger Drew Meacham sends a trap and puts the stamp in a frame. I do not debate this, but this begs the question. Why, 7 years later, did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? Ah. Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Meacham simply forgot? He puts a murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years and forgot? You expect us to believe he sprang the trap on himself? Okay.
Apollo! You said it yourself! Commemorative stamp. It was a commemorative stamp. He liked it.
Well, I admit this is all quite shocking myself. It does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap. That had been sitting on his desk for 7 years.
Paulo?
I don't think we're winning anymore. I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Come back to reality. We've been waiting for you. Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? The poison stamp? What exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to the court for us? I see no proofs that such a thing ever existed.
What about the atrakinine residue, huh?
Oh, I agree, that does seem to be atrakinine residue. But Air Forehead, it's certainly no stamp. You suck.
Yeah, but...
Even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew Meacham never would have used it. That is all. I believe we've come to a conclusion, again.
Apollo, were we wrong this whole time?
I can't believe it. The poison traces match up. It can't be a coincidence. I'd like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year. Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor? Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Meacham received a red envelope. There were traces of poison atrakinine on the document inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at the crime scene, on this tiny picture frame. Defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope. An envelope that left the scene of the crime with the poison stamp on it. Yes, but even if this envelope contained a poison stamp, had Joe Measham, knowing this, put it in a frame? He never would have used the stamp. I'm afraid you're right, which means there's a fatal flaw in the defense's case. I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. The traces of atrakinine, the envelope, the frame, and Drew Measham's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us? The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. Ah, a fake clue. Fascinating. And if he finds this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, yeah? The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison's trail is none other than the red envelope, the frame, Drew Measham. I'm gonna go with Drew himself, but I'm gonna say first. Assuming that he knew is the falsity here. The victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself. Objection! Congratulations, you've completely lost me. Source of fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger. It makes a good story, I'll give you that. The fake clue. Fakes, forgeries. Ah!
I know that face. That's the I just had an idea face.
I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again? 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into the very same trap and dies. Why? Is Vera the actual forger and then Drew was just taking credit for it? That's what I want to know. Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Here we are again. The victim was a fake. One forger smelled the trap. One forger fell into the trap. That's two forgers, and one of them was a fake! Order! 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 Are we saying that Vera's the actual forger? So you're telling us that Drew Measham's victim was a fake? Well, if he was the fake, so who was the real forger? You'd better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo. I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, show us just who the real Drew Measham was. If Drew Measham wasn't the real forger, there's only one other person it could have been. That's why she wasn't allowed outside, because people would kill her! Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Measham was himself a forgery. The real forger was Vera Measham. Take that! There can only be one explanation, really. The real identity of the forger known as Drew Measham is none other than his only daughter, Vera Measham. Order! 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 Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb even for you.
I kinda agree. I mean, Vera, a forger?
Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery had been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Well, actually that does make a certain kind of sense. One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio. Drew Measham's and Vera Measham's. If we know that Drew Measham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Measham. Well... fascinating. 10? Oh gosh, you guys are counting. Vera Measham? You've been paying attention to the trial so far. Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger, Drew Misham? Oh, look, she's got... She has pupils now. Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared at by Fraudins, believe me. So they usually talk to me too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art?
Yes.
So the forger Drew Misham was you?
Yes, it was me.
What is this? The hell? I know it's probably not, but all I see... Oh, it's a sad face! It's a crying face! Oh my god. You're right, it's a crying face. I was seeing a dude with squiggly arms going, wee! I know that's not it, but that was all I could see. You're right, it's a sad face. Hey! Don't judge. What? What? You just saw a bowling pin? Fair. The court was in an uproar and it wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess. Oof. To be continued. Alright, we are gonna save. How much longer is the second half gonna be is my question. The trials are usually shorter than the investigations, I feel like. But it is already 9. There isn't much left of the trial? Okay, we'll just go through it. October 8th, 1:24 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 6.
Okay, so where exactly does this leave us, Apollo?
Well, the Drew Misham who was killed wasn't Drew Misham the forger, basically.
Huh? Well then, who was he?
Well, he was actually doing her nails. What? So, you really made those forgeries?
Yes, for Father. I know, it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, Father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent.
Talent for making forgeries?
How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make anything.
Anything?
Father was so proud, and I so happy. But in the end, I was making those
forgeries.
I've never had a good constitution nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now because of me, Father is... Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago.
So you were already, you were already creating your works back then? You've always wondered why her dialogue is spaced like that? That is kind of weird.
It started when I was only 12 years old.
So the one who figured out the stamp was poison, that was... Mr. Justice, it's time! To the courtroom, please! Right, out of time.
Wait, Farah, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Right, see, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice.
Yes?
Father, he knew of you. Of both of you.
Your late father?
He was watching, gathering information. All about the Wright and Company law offices. But lately we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yet when Father heard you had resumed the legal business, how pleased he was.
Who is Mr. Measham? How am I supposed to know?
What if he was Daddy's daddy?
How old do you think he is? Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. We know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. October 8th, 1:36 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Court is now back in session. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Drew Measham forger persona? There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head.
I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy.
What's hard? Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries? Don't call them detestable, you hurt her feelings. Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Are you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one?
Yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it.
So, she was the one who made the forgeries. Yet she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her.
I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I?
Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, yeah?
Yes. It was in the desk drawer.
Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. Red envelope.
I created things, and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. Father handed the deal. All of it. I received the stamp that was in the envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio.
There was certainly much of great interest in your testimony. Not that the witness realizes it. Very well, please begin the cross-examination. Right, okay. I need more information about this forger. This Drew Measham. Red envelope. She created things, her dad sold them. So, these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right?
The closer they were, the happier Father was. I was happy too.
Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work?
My first painting sold when I was 12.
Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing was illegal. Easy, sir, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery. True. Please, tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father.
Alright.
Came after her first work that was not By other than a painting, you mean you'd only done paintings up to that point?
Yes. But Father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings.
For instance...
For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup,
Wow!
or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter.
None of that makes her sound very innocent at all. And the $100,000 promised in this letter was the start. The beginning of a new industry for Drew Misham. A new industry? The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh. Father handed the deal. So, you didn't know how the things you were making were being used?
I enjoy painting very much.
I think I understand. The Fraulein has lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope?
Father signed them and sent them back, I believe.
Did he follow the instructions? Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp? This is a rather important matter. Give your answer some thought. She received the stamp, so she took the stamp? What do you mean you received it?
Did I do something wrong?
You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back. Atrakinine. How would she know that? She was a fucking kid. A moment, Air Forehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Nelson, perhaps you would tell me, Fraulein Vera? Why did you receive the stamp? Something wrong?
It was beautiful.
Ah, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps?
Yes, I think it was.
So, you didn't know about the poison? That's a no. I guess not. So, the trap failed by chance, by mistake. Thanks to the commemorative stamp. Quite the close call. After that job, they moved to the current studio. You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is?
Yes, we saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books.
This single job had tied some to the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Measham wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large.
When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work.
So that was the real essence of the artist Drew Measham. You did the work and he supplied the face. So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in. Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp. Could you tell us more about it?
It was a very pretty, and more than that,
Yes? Yeah, she was in much danger.
it was a picture of people I liked at the time.
This is something new. Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fraulein. 11!
Stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians.
So I kept it. It was the Gramarye magicians, wasn't it? Magicians?
I love mysterious things. I always have. Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat?
You're confusing mysterious with freaky.
father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. See? See? Isn't magic great?
Fine, great, yeah, sure. No need to get all excited.
But the magic troupe we saw disbanded soon after. It was quite sad.
Did she just say what I think she said? Magic troupe? Yeah, where have I heard that before? The red envelope came after she'd completed her first job. That makes it a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made.
Paulo!
We're close. We just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon in a red envelope, and the path it took to take Drew Misham's life. Father handled the deal. She received the stamp. Then they moved. Stamp was a picture of her favorite magicians. So she kept it. Magic show ticket, maybe? Alright, let's try this. Wait, why am I getting the Prime Gaming alert again? That's weird. For Darjeeling. I'm so confused by this. What? Alright, anyway. Let's try this. Objection! Last was resub? Oh, okay. Those magicians you liked, was it this bunch? You just manly renewed your Prime? Oh.
Paulo, they're not a bunch.
I see. Still I have to wonder. Why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter? Good question.
Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat Troop Gramarye.
They are quite bananas, yes. The stream stopped and slapped you with a loud-ass ad? Sorry. The whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think? Prosecutor Gavin? What are you sweating about? Prosecutor Gavin? What's wrong? Gramarye? What's with Gavin? Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting? Can we just acknowledge how two people very close to Clavier have been arrested in this game? First Kristoff, then Darian? Ooh, that's true. Please, tell me, what exactly did you make?
Can I ask why?
No. Answers the question.
Eek!
He scared her. Prosecutor Gavin? You're usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Oh, wait, hold on. You guys reminded me. Is my animated emote showing up now? Can you guys see that? Yeah, this one. Rocking out. You guys see that? I see it. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Squee jam. Nice. Just want to make sure that's working okay. That's new. We just uploaded that. You're usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Yes, it is unbecoming of me. I apologize. But I must know. Please, Mr. Misham, tell me. Oh, sorry, Mrs. Misham.
It was a book.
His head bobs is in time with the suspense music. You're welcome.
A single page in a book.
A book? Please be more specific.
It was a handwritten book. Like a diary.
Uh-oh. No! I don't... No. You okay, buddy? What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost. Miss Measham, this book. Is there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no?
How did you know?
Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled, sullied mentor. Nothing? Sullied? Who? That wall's gonna be dented by the end of the case? Yeah, he needs to stop bullying that poor wall. Phoenix Wright. Who else?
Daddy?
He never told you about the trial 7 years ago? About how he came to lose his attorney's badge? It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. On the back it bore the mark of a silk hat. What? It's totally related to the Grammarys, because the only ones with the silk hats. Phoenix Wright tossed out of the profession by false evidence. And the forger who made that evidence is this girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Measham, you, to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it?
We only met once.
You met the client? Who was it?
It was...
What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again. Yes, what? Is there something about me? It was fucking Kristoff, wasn't it? That little prick.
I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary.
Who was it? Vera! Oh, here's where she passes out. Alright, goodbye.
Devil.
Kristoff is a devil, yeah. I agree. Defendant Vera Measham. Condition unconscious. Examiner's diagnosis. Acute canine poisoning. What? This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Measham. Wait, how did she come in contact with the poison? Vera Measham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. She is currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case, at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. How the fuck? The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. Do we get to play as Phoenix? In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. Ah, is that a young Clothier Gavin I see? And this is where we must go. Up, young Trucy. To find the whole truth. Holy shit! Holy shit! Alright, we're gonna save. 7 years ago? Oh, hell yes. Alright, alright, alright. I'm sorry, but... Oh, shit. No, you can't do this to me! Alright, we're gonna let this play until it lets us pause. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time. And only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Well, it seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards? Ah, yes, over a game of cards. That was how we first met. 7 years ago. 7 years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial. We finally get to see it! But... next week. We're gonna see this next week. And we're probably gonna rewatch that, just because I'm not gonna save over it. So... what a ride! Oh my gosh. That took us some places. I'm excited that we get to be Phoenix again. Next time on Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. Fourth wall's also in tatters? Yeah, kinda. Oh my god. That was exciting. Well, I kinda can't wait till next week now. I love being Phoenix. Oh man, that was cool. This is gonna be a great last case. I can't wait. Yeah, we're gonna just continue next week, pick up right here. I don't know if we're gonna finish it next week, because these cases tend to be long, is the thing. The last case is always really, really long. So we'll see what happens. But anyway, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks all you who stopped by. Thanks for the resubs. I appreciate all of you. Next stream will be Monday for FF14 night. Yeah. If you wanna make sure that you catch us next week when we resume this game on next Saturday. Barely a quarter of the way through of it. Damn. Okay. Good to know. When we resume this case next week, you know, if you aren't already following, give us a follow so you can get that notification when we go live. Other than that, until then, hope you guys all have a great week, great rest of your weekend, great week if I don't see you till then. Let's go see what's going on in the world of Twitch right now. Who's streaming? Who's streaming today? Are any of my friends on? Nope. Okay. Alright, we're just gonna call it here. Alright, have a good night, everybody. Thanks for coming. See y'all. I'll see you guys all next week. Have a great week, everybody. Bye.